聞こえますでしょうか？まもなくですね、イベントの方、始めさせていただくのですが、えっと、もう少し時間がかかっている状況なので、もう少々お待ちください。 Hello. As I've said, there is a mic issue now. So we are currently talking into resolving an issue though. Um, we are currently restarting the PC and also checking the hardware issues and stuff. So please wait in a minute. えっと、はい。申し訳ございません。現在ですね、パソコン側の方で、マイクの問題が起きておりまして、現在対応中なんですが、もう少し時間がかかるようなので、もう少々お待ちいただければと思います。申し訳ございません。
car accident and I lost an eye in a car accident, so I cannot see with my right eye.
その後なんですけども、1983年6月、まだその時も18歳だったんですけれども、当時ですね、自動車事故に遭いました。そしてその時に右目ですね、この視力を失ってしまいました。
I replaced it with a bionic eye. Now I can see Zoom at night vision. No, I'm just joking.
そして今やですね、この目を義眼に変えて、もう今ズームができてですね、夜も見えるって、冗談なんですけれども。
So, 58 now, which is 40 years more to talk about. But I won't tell you anything after 18 till I get to know you. So I want to find out who you guys are, and anyone tell us how many of you are students, how many of you are professionals, who's going to retire soon, what are you guys thinking? So I need this group to be together, and we all want to have an interactive discussion today.
はい。で、今、58歳ですね。今まで18歳の話をしましたから、あと40年分残ってるんですけども、この40年は大したことはございません。何にもなかったので、もうこれで終わりなんですね。で、じゃあ私のことはさておいて、じゃあ皆様、誰なんだと。学生さんなんですか？それとも専門家さんなんですか？それとももうすぐ引退しそうな皆様なんでしょうか？ぜひですね、そういったことを知りながら、ぜひインタラクティブに双方向で皆さんと会話をしていきたいと思います。
Okay, good. I just want to find out how big is the technical problem. Are we done with it or it's okay? Okay.
技術問題は大丈夫ですか？もう
Excellent. So we would love to continue with this discussion more in an open way. And I would love to hear more about you all because all our members are here to learn from you all as well, not just to come and speak to you. Yeah? So
Yes, let's move. Thank you so much. It was so great. And ありがとうございました。
問題が大したことなかったということで非常に嬉しく思っております。このような形で続けていきたいと思います。別に私たちのメンバーは勝手にペラッと喋って帰りたいわけじゃなくて、皆さんとぜひインターアクションをしたいんです。そういった形でやっていければ嬉しく思います。以上です。
ありがとうございます。じゃあ、池山さん CNN で So we show the CNN. So after that, can you please begin? Yeah.
If you want to go fast, you go alone. If you want to go far, you go together. My name is Raza Jaffer, and I'm the founder of Global Sustainability Network and currently based in Dubai. GSN was founded in 2015 with myself, Bishop Sanchez from the Vatican, and Lord Bishop Alistair Redfern from Church of England. GSN was founded to help support heroes who are working around the world to fight modern-day slavery. And we've got a huge task ahead of us as a commitment signed by 193 countries to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. So our purpose is actually to support organizations who are our heroes in ending modern-day slavery. So now you also know what we do, which is Global Sustainability Network.
はい、こちらのビデオを見ていただきまして、我々がどういったことをやっているのかというのが分かっていただけたと思います。これがグローバルサステイナビリティネットワーク GSN です。
I want to start with asking all of you a question. because that's how we're going to keep it. And I just want to set the tone right for all our guests to speak. So, how many of you know about UN SDGs, UN Sustainable Development Goals? In this room, can you please raise your hand, people who know about SDGs?
はい、質問があります。皆さんの中で、国連 SDG、持続可能な開発目標ですね。これをご存知な方、手を挙げてください。
Very good, excellent. That's a great thing to do. At least everybody knows about it. How many of you believe that we are going to achieve SDGs by 2030?
では、2030年までに持続可能目標を達成できると信じている方、手を挙げてください。
I want you guys to, people who believe that we will achieve should raise hand, and people who don't, please do like this. I want,
はい、
how
信
many
じ
of
て
you
ない
believe
人
it
は
won't
手を振っ
happen?
てください。信
It
じ
has
て
to
な
be
い
one of the
人。
two. Everybody, please. I will not stop till everybody has. So I can clearly see. You two are not doing anything. I want you to make sure
ちょっ
it
と
has
ちゃ
to
んと
be
やって
yes
くだ
or
さい
no.
ね。手を振ってい
Yes
る
or
人
no?
は信じてませんよ。手をピシッと上がっている
Okay.
人は信じてますっていうことなんで、
Okay.
何かやって
Thank
くだ
you.
さい。
Thank you very much. Thanks. Very clearly, most of us in this room believe 193 countries got together, made a promise, and they are not going to achieve what their promises were made. Right?
はい。
We all believe that.
ということで分かりました。この部屋にいる人みんながですね、193カ国が集まって約束したこのコミットメントを2030年までに達成できないとみんなが信じているということが分かりました。
You make a promise in your life to your boss, to your teacher, to your parents, to your husband, to your wife, and you don't fulfill that promise. What happens? You have some issues, right? Somebody is answerable.
はい。もしですね、あなたのボス、あなたの社長、あなたの先生、あなたの妻、あなたの夫に何らかの約束をしました。約束を破りました。どうなりますか？なんか問題になりますよね。まさにそういうことなんです。
Leaders of our nations, 193 countries, have gone to United Nations, signed this commitment, and they are shameless about not achieving this because the whole world knows it won't be achieved. So what will they do? They will go and make another commitment. Like they did 15 years before that, they continue to do it again and again because we don't really come and question what are we talking about.
はい。このリーダーたちなんですね、わざわざ193カ国のリーダーが国連に行って、こちらの SDG に署名しました。でも外し知らずのことに、これが別に達成できなくても何も起こらないんですよね。それもしかもですね、前も同じことがあったんですけども、MDG で同じようなことをまたやって、やっぱ新たなコミットメントをやる。いや、またダメだった。また新たなコミットメントをやると、何をやってるんだということになります。
While these commitments are not being met, the world, the earth is suffering, which actually makes the humanity is suffering because of lack of fulfillment of these commitments.
なぜこのコミットメントが成し遂げられないんでしょうか。もうこれによりまして、地球が迷惑を被っているわけです。人々が迷惑を被っているわけです。
We need to unite as humanity, not as Pakistani, not as a Saudi, not as Italian, not as German, not as Japanese, not as Chinese, but as humanity, as one. We are one humanity.
はい。ですから人間として、ぜひ団結する必要があります。パキスタン人としてとか、もうイタリア人とか、ドイツ人とか、日本人とか、そんな国の中で団結している暇はないんですね。人間として一つにまとまるべきです。Yes.
As one humanity, I gave this metaphor yesterday. We are in one big sinking ship, which is sinking because there's hole in the hull.
はい、昨日もですね、会議の中でこの比喩を使わせてもらいました。 我々人類ってみんな大きな船に乗ってるんです。それが沈んでいっています。なぜでしょうか。そこら船の底に穴が開いてるからです。
No matter how beautiful
でも船の中でどんなに美しい部屋であったとしても、この船全体が沈んでいくんですね。それはあなたの部屋はその一部なんです。
no matter how wonderful country you have made, when earth is damaged, we all suffer. When humanity is affected, we all suffer. When COVID happened, the whole world learned that we are one humanity.
すなわち皆さんがどれだけ素晴らしい国を作ったとしても、地球という船全体が問題が起こっていれば、結局全体の問題になってしまいます。同じことが人間全体というところに起こるわけですね。実際皆さんコロナで学んだと思うんです。我々は問題が起これば、これは人類全体の問題で対処する必要があるということです。
This trip for our group as GSN members was an eye opener. We got to experience the greatness of this country, Japan. We got to experience the warmth of the people of Japan, and we got to experience the beauty of nature in Japan.
はい、今回我々の旅っていうのは GSN メンバーで、行っている旅だったんですけれども、まさにこの日本の国の素晴らしさを理解できる、まさに目を見開かされたような旅だったわけですね。人の温かみに触れました。国の美しさに触れました。そして自然に触れたわけです。
But I also got disappointed to see a few things.
まだがっかりした光景も目にいたしました。
Lack of integration of different races and communities. It is very single race, it's a very single language. I do not see integration of globalization in Japan.
それはですね、統合、融合が欠けていると思うわけですね。すなわち民族的な融合もない、言語もですね、一つの民族、一つの言語という形でグローバル化がなされていないんではないかというのが私の見立てでした。
I also got disappointed to see lack of integration of disabled people. Yesterday I was using the term people of determination, but it was translated wrong. So I am specifically saying the people who have disabilities. According to what we read, 7.5% of Japan are people with disabilities.
はい。もう一つなんですけれども、これは私どもの国では、People of Determination っていうのは強い意志を持った人なんですけれども、これは障害者の言い換えの言葉なんですね。ですから今日は皆様に誤解を招きたくないので、ちゃんと障害者という形でお伝えしたいと思います。で、この障害者とのインテグレーション、統合というのがなされていないというふうに考えました。と言いますのも、日本の中にはですね、7.5% の障害者さんがいらっしゃる。しかしながら融合がなされていないというふうに見立てました。
I also feel lack of awareness of slavery, human trafficking, human abuse where dignity of humanity is taken away, whether it's a migrant worker or a local Japanese or anybody else, because as we discussed, we are human first, then our religion, then our nationality, but first thing that connects us all is humanity.
はい、それとなんですけども、奴隷制とか人身売買という啓発があまりなされていないということを気づかされました。それはどのような形であれですね、移民の皆さんもしっかり、また日本人の国内の中でのそういった状況もしっかりだと思います。まず人間、そしてその後に宗教、その後に国籍と来るんですけれども、その前にまず人間性、人類、そのヒューマニティというものがまず第一に来べきというふうに私は考えております。
But what gives us hope are our leaders who are now creating part of global alliances, and hosting organizations like ourselves to come and build these bridges, communicate, and take this part of the world more global, and for the global, wherever the Sustainability Network members are there, to come and learn more about Japan. So thank you so much for giving us this opportunity. Thank you. Thank you very much.
しかし、すごくいい希望もあるわけですね。このような形で、グローバルにこういった皆さんをですね、このプラットフォームに入れ込んで、さらにグローバル化をしていく、そのためにですね、我々 GSN のみんながこちらに来ることができ、さらに日本について発見をする機会を得ることができました。これを成し得たですね、機会を与えていただいたことに深く感謝を申し上げます。どうもありがとうございました。
それでは YouTube の方を流せますか？2023年のお願いします。Thank you very much for introducing GSN. この YouTube で今の画像公開されていますので、ちょっと通訳今なかったですけれども、人身売買の現状っていうのを短くまとめた非常にいい YouTube なので、ぜひ検索してみていただけたらと思います。 Please note that we will photo of the venue and also the metaverse today, so which will be posted on the web page later. And also, please note that we use metaverse, so we need a time of changing the clothes. 帰れますか？今日は写真を会場を撮りますので、ウェブページなどに公開されますので、ご了承の方でお願いします。それから少し機材の転換とかメタバースの転換に時間がかかりますので、ご了承お願いします。So, the next speaker, the first speaker is from GSN. Scott san, please come. I believe you can use this now.
Hi, everyone.
I'm
all down because some of the other speakers wanted to sit down, and if I don't do it, then maybe they won't.
じゃあ、私もこれからちょっと座らせてもらって、話の方をしたいと思います。まあ、他の、登壇者の方も座って。話をする。
So I'd like to well,
はい、分野で、まあ、
the company there I've changed.
まあ、投資をしたり変えていったり。
I am also passionate about and achieving them, specifically SDG 8 and the sub
どれだけモデルの方を、学習モデルを作ったとしていたとしても、いろいろな問題というものが生じてきます。AI のを進めていく上でおいてもどうしてもそのような問題が生じてくる。そこを解決するためにフェデラルモデリングという中で進めていくことを進めていくように今は検討しています。
Lastly is empathy and inclusivity.
4つ目は、感情と考慮といったことになります。
By incorporating empathy and inclusivity into these designs, we can make sure that these systems can address the needs of all users in a fair way.
この、感情と、を進めていくためには、その我々すべてのものにことに関して、すべての関わることに関しての配慮というものが必要になってきます。
The other way to do this is through, again, engaging the stakeholders. And there's many stakeholders, but most importantly, the users, the people that this will affect through their feedback, as well as through the training, design, and implementation processes.
このシステムをデザインしていく上において、would you say that again?
Yeah. So engaging stakeholders, the people using the systems, is most important through different training and implementation processes.
このシステムをデザインしていく上において、たくさんの関係者といったものと協力しながら作り上げていくという、そのモデルといったもの、そのシステムといったものがやはり重要になってきます。
In closing, I'll say that collaboration is really important. Collaboration across government, academia, education institutions, industry, and society.
最後に締めとしまして、共同、コラボレーションといったものがすごく重要なポイントになってきます。このコラボレーション、政治的なものであったり、アカデミックなこと、産業のこと、産業界、もしくは社会、本当に人々すべてがコラボレーションする、共同していくということがすごく大切なものになってきます。
Through that collaboration, we can work towards a future where AI serves the common good and contributes to the world in an equitable and compassionate way.
このコラボレーションを通じて AI がこれからの社会、世界に貢献していくといったこと、そういったことがすごく大切になってきます。
That's all. I'm still really disappointed though my avatar isn't here.
多いんだなっていうふうに思います。本当にありがとうございました。
Thank you. Yeah. So we are trying to use the new technology. We are researchers, so we always try and challenge. ニューテクノロジーの話をしていただいている研究者のでめげず頑張っていきたい。パワーポイントいけますか？
Good afternoon. Professor of Osaka University, area of architecture and urban design, and I am also a great honor for me to speak about the community development inheriting a spiritual context。私は北見大学の建築都市デザイン学講座の教授をしています。それから SSI の副長を担当しています。皆さんにスピリチュアルコンテクスト、霊的なと言いますか、霊的な文脈を継承するまちづくりのお話をできることがすごく光栄です。Sit here for my presentation。座らせてください。Let me introduce myself again. I am also an architect and have worked for architectural design company after completing my graduate studies at Osaka University. After transfer in the life, in life, and 命 and create 修了後は建築設計事務所で働いていたこともあります。私は大学に移籍し、建築都市計画の研究を進めるうちに、15年前頃、都市やコミュニティのような大きな存在にも命があり、霊的な文脈を作り出していることに気がつきました。This is a Japanese cartoon called Bleach. これか。She is Rukia, a disciple of Kaien. They are practicing swordsmanship and having conversation during a break.これはブリーチという日本の漫画です。男性は海燕という剣術のマスターで、女性は弟子のルキアです。2人は剣術の稽古をしていて、休憩時間に会話をしています。海燕 asks Rukia where the mind is, as Rukia is puzzled by the answer, touching her head and chest. 海燕 puts his fist out.Between them and replies, the mind is here. 海燕はルキアに心はどこにあるかと質問します。ルキアは頭を押さえたり胸を押さえながら答えに戸惑っていると、海燕は2人の間に拳を突き出して心はここにあるんだと答えます。When I think of you, the mind is born between us for the first time. If there was only one person in the world,There would be no mind. 俺がお前を思うとき、心は初めて2人の間に生まれる。もし世界に自分一人しかいなかったら、心はないというふうに言っています。Please, I would like to ask the audience, keep this topic in your mind before I go on the next part of my explanation. どうか皆様には次のスライドに入る前に、心は誰かや何かとの間にあるということを覚えておいてください。I am currently conducting research from spatial, social, and spiritual perspectives in different regions of Japan and abroad.This model represents the basic concept underlying my research from a spiritual perspective. 現在私は国内外のさまざまな地域の空間的、社会的、そしてスピリチュアルな観点から研究を進めています。このモデルはスピリチュアルな視点から研究を進める際の基本となるコンセプトを示しています。This is integration of several philosophical and psychological ideas, and I call this model of ba. The word ba is Japanese, but very difficult to translate into English. I currently translate it as co-creation. The essential meaning can be understood. これはいくつかの哲学や心理学の考え方を統合したもので、場のモデルと言います。場は日本語ですが、英語に翻訳するのはとても難しいです。私は本質的な意味がわかるように、現在のところはコークリエーションフィールドと訳しています。The green circle shows the situation of the large spirit of the town or community. The large spirit dwells in the spaces of a town or community and at various scales such as squares, streets, and rooms. 緑の輪が町やコミュニティの大きな精神の働きを示しています。大きな精神は町やコミュニティの空間に宿りますし、広場や街路、部屋などさまざまなスケールの空間にも宿ります。And the orange circle indicates the situation of each person's spirit. Let me expand on this section and begin to talk about the spirit of a person. そして、オレンジの輪が一人一人の精神の働きを示しています。先にこの部分を拡大して人の精神の話から始めます。Place me in the center and you on the opposite side. Assume that the Cayenne of previous cartoon is me, and Rukia is you. The red oval is the mind created between two persons. 中心に私を置き、反対側にあなたを置きます。先ほどの漫画を引用し、私をカイエン、あなたをルキアとします。間の赤い楕円が2人の間に生まれた心です。The mind is a way of thinking for the other and is created between me and the other. 心とは私と他者との間に生まれる思いやり方です。Cayenne, assumed to be me, has several minds for various people, houses, towns, jobs, and so on. 私であるカイエンはルキア以外にもさまざまな人、物、家、町、仕事などといくつもの心を作っています。The combination and integration of these minds is spirit, which the philosopher Søren Kierkegaard called self. これらの心が組み合わさり統合されたものが精神です。哲学者のセーレン・ケルケゴールはこの精神を自己と呼んでいます。A person may lose someone or something important to him. Lose people, homes, towns, and jobs at the same time. Each mind is weakened, and then a self, which is integration of several minds, diluted. 大切な人や物を失うことがあります。特に大災害では人、家、町、仕事を同時に失うことで、それぞれの心が揺るがされ、それらの統合である精神が希薄化することになります。Long enough, a person will meet new people, homes, towns, jobs, and rewrite a self by integrating the minds again. やがて新しい人、家、町、仕事などと出会うことで、それぞれの心が生まれ、これらが再統合されることで、精神が書き換えられることになります。To live is updating a self by integration of existing minds with new ones, formed with new people and environment. 生きるということは、すでにあるさまざまな心と、新しい人や物、家、町との間に生まれた新しい心と再統合することで、自己、つまり精神を更新し続けるということであります。命 is not visible to the eyes, but express the form in space. The past to the future. にしてくれます。The next section describes the green circle, the large spirit of a town or community. つまり町やコミュニティの大きな精神について説明します。These small circles refer to persons. The large circle in the middle refers to a space such as a town or a square. But for now, please try to assume a square. この小さな円は人を指しています。中央の大きな円は町や広場などの空間を指します。今は例えば広場を、想定してみてください。Connecting person and space is the individual mind that each person has for the space of the square. It is the image have of the space, such as how they want to use it, how they want to maintain it, and how they want to modify it. 人と空間を結ぶ赤の楕円は人が広場の空間に抱く一人一人の心です。どのような使い方をしたいとか、どのように維持管理をするのか、どのように手を加えたいかといった空間に対するイメージです。Other persons are also interested in this space and they start to discuss furniture, decoration, greenery, cleaning, and manners. イメージが形成されます。例えば、リラックスできるところがいいなとか、おしゃべりをしたり、知的なアイデアが生まれるといいなと思います。A common image shared and developed by more persons and improvements are proceeded by appropriate trees, tables, chairs, warm pavement, and so on. さらにより多くの人々が参加し、共通イメージが再度共有され、発展することになります。適切な樹木やテーブル、椅子、暖かいペーブメントなどによる改善が進むことになります。Eventually, a common sense of value is born in way of creating a space, way of solving issues, and way of managing it. やがて空間にまつわる課題の解決の仕方、運営の仕方といった共通の価値観が生まれます。Please suppose now that suddenly a visitor comes along and makes proposals to members to cover the space with many trees or to construct a large stage in the center. It is to be decided that the answer is rejection before members gather to discuss, because this is a space open to people who enjoy intellectual conversation in calm conditions. 今想像していただきたいことがあります。突然訪問者がやってきて、たくさんの木々を植林したり、中央に音楽のステージを作ることを提案する場合を想像してみてください。みんなが集まって議論する前に、おのずと答えは決まっていると思います。なぜならこの広場は人々に開かれた空間であり、穏やかな雰囲気で知的なおしゃべりをする空間だからです。This is proof that common sense of value exists in the square, like thoughts and consciousness, and I define this sense of value as large spirit. これは広場に共通の価値観が思いや意識のように存在していることの証明であり、この思いを大きな精神と私は定義します。Some people will live for one reason or another, but it is important that new people come in to replace them. やがてさまざまな事情で人々が入れ替わることになりますが、新しい人々が代わりに入ってくることが重要です。 New people may bring in new ideas one after another. Various positive discussions arise, and each time large spirit is updated. 新しい人々が新しいアイデアを持ち込んで、メンバーがそれを受け止め、前向きな議論と改善が次々と起こることで、大きな精神が書き換えられるのです。I define BA as a social mechanism in which positive discussions continue as people are replaced and the large spirit is renewed developmentally from the past to the future. 私はこのように人々が入れ替わりながら建設的な議論が継続され、大きな精神が過去から未来へと更新され続ける社会的な仕組みのことをBAと定義しています。When BA is created in a space, the space becomes to be called a place. 空間に場が生まれたとき、その空間は場所と呼ばれるものになります。The key role of BA lies in the linkage between the individual spirit and the large spirit. BAの重要な役割は、一人の精神と大きな精神との連動性にあります。When the spirit of each person grows, the large spirit of the place grows, and when the large spirit grows, the spirits of others grow too. 一人一人の精神が成長すると大きな精神が成長し、大きな精神が成長すれば他の人々の精神も成長します。ヒロシ・シミス、a former professor of philosophy at the University of Tokyo, calls the large spirit tacit knowledge, and the life that possessed this tacit knowledge is called ubiquitous life, while he calls the life of a person who possessed spirit individual life. 元東京大学教授の哲学者清水宏は大きな精神を暗黙知と呼んでいます。そしてこの暗黙知を持つ命を偏在的生命と、精神を持つ人の命を極在的生命と呼んでいます。Over the decades, we have worked on reading and understanding the large spirits of so many towns and communities. これまで数十年間の間にコミュニティの大きな精神の解読に取り組んできました。Understanding how large spirits have grown through painful events in areas that continue to live through disasters, conflicts, poverty, and other negative events can have major implications for urban planning and community development around the world. 災害、紛争、貧困などの負の出来事を乗り越えて生き続ける地域において、大きな精神がいかに成長し発展してきたのかを知ることは、世界中のまちづくりに大きな示唆を与えます。Today, I am going to show you our action research in Africa. 今日はアフリカでの活動を紹介します。This figure shows the ratio of people living in informal settlements or slums to the urban population. It can be seen that there is a bias towards the area known as Global South, and particularly in most parts of Africa, where more than half of the urban population lives in informal settlements or slums. この図は都市の人口に対する非正規市街地もしくはスラムに居住する人々の人口の比率を示しています。グローバルサウスと呼ばれるエリアに偏っていることが分かりますし、特にアフリカの大半の地域では都市の半分以上の人々が非正規市街地スラムに居住しています。We work mainly in Ghana now. 私たちは現在主にガーナで活動しています。This is Abese, an area in the capital city Accra, which has problems with poverty. There are important traditional communities and some areas are well maintained by themselves. There are also areas that have become slums. There is a primary school in the slum area. こちらは首都アクラにある貧困の問題を抱えているアベセという地域です。伝統的なコミュニティがあり、自分I have been researching this town for almost 10 years to read the large spirit. I found that is to develop society through mutual aid among diverse people while accepting new people for more than 500 years. この町を10年近く調査してきました。この町の大きな精神は、新しい人々を受け入れながら、さまざまな立場の人々や相互扶助により、社会を500年以上にわたり発展させていくことだと理解しました。However, this large spirit is declining for several reasons. しかし、この大きな精神はいくつかの理由で衰退しつつあります。Therefore, we have started activities in primary schools to help children explore the treasures of the local area and further enhance the attractiveness of the place. Through these activities, children learn from local people about important local ideas and how society works. そこで小学校において子どもたちが地域の宝物を探索し、その場所の魅力をさらに高めるための活動を立ち上げました。子どもたちはこの活動を通して地域の人々から地域の大切な考え方や社会の成り立ちの仕組みを学んでいます。We handmade these sketchbooks in this photo and gave to the children. Inside the sketchbooks, these field notes are bound. 私たちはこのようなスケッチブックを手作りで作成し、子どもたちに渡しました。スケッチブックの中には右のようなフィールドノートが閉じられています。For example, a group that chose a small bridge over the waterway at the elementary school sketched the shape of the bridge and measured its dimensions with the tape measure, and also researched its history and maintenance to understand its role in the community. 一つのグループは学校の近くに架かる小さな橋を宝物と考えて、形をスケッチしたり寸法を測ったり、歴史や維持管理の仕方について地域の人にインタビューしました。The picture below left shows the final presentation of results with one school teacher and one local supporter per one group. The school teachers are occupied just with their daily work, so the local traditional community has organized themselves. もう精一杯なので、地元の伝統コミュニティはこの活動をサポートするための組織を編成してくれました。他にも市当局の教育担当者や他の学校の先生も見学に来てくれています。It is important that children and teachers understand the large spirit through this activity and pass it on in other own way. 子どもたちや先生がこの活動を通して大きな精神を理解し、自分たちのやり方で継承することが重要です。More importantly, the adults and new residents of this town should also help with this activity and participate in the further inheritance and development of the large spirit. さらに重要なのは地域の大人たちや新しい住民もこの活動に協力し、さらに大きな精神の継承と発展に参加することです。I call these activities School-Based Development, SBD。このような活動を私たちは学校を核としたまちづくり SBD と呼んでいます。A key person in the community who helped with this activity said, "The goal of this project is to help the children acquire technical skills and at the same time develop human resources to create new jobs by thinking carefully about this town. この活動に協力してくれた地域のキーパーソンは次のように話しています。このプロジェクトの目標は、子どもたちがスキルを身につけることと同時に、町のことを深く考えることで新しい仕事を創出する人材へと育つことになります。These diagrams are my additions to diagrams created by Christopher Alexander, a professor architect of USA, showing how society and space work. これらの図はクリストファー・アレクザンダーという教授であり建築家が作成したダイアグラムに私が加筆したもので、社会や空間の仕組みを示しています。The image of the left is cross-sectional and the image on the right is planar image. The upper side is the tree-like city and the lower side is the semi-lattice-like city. 左が断面的なイメージで、右が平面的なイメージです。そして上側がツリー状の都市、下がセミラティス状の都市になります。Tree-like societies and spaces are directly connected to the individual, and there are poor communality in between. It is a very closed socio-spatial structure where people's activities and image are restricted to their own closed world. ツリー上の社会や空間は個人と異性者が直接つながっており、間に共同性がありません。とても閉鎖的な社会空間であり、人の活動やイメージはそれぞれの閉じた、世界に制限されています。On the other hand, society and spaces of semi-lattice-like cities are structured in such a way that individuals belong to various social groups and their spheres of activity overlap with each other. Attractive towns formed over a long period of time have this structure. 一方でセミラティス上の社会や空間は個人がさまざまな社会グループに所属し、お互いの活動範囲も相互に重なり合っています。長い時間かけて形成される魅力的な街はこのような構造を持っています。In my words, there are social spaces where large spirits dwells, such as neighborhoods and towns, which have mechanisms for people's minds to grow. 私の言葉で言えば、近隣や町などの大きな精神の宿る社会空間があり、人々の心が成長する仕組みを有しているということです。Alexander warned against the growth of tree-structured towns in the 1960s. Today, however, the situation is more serious in terms of information, land, and economy. In the world of information, for example, all data is centralized or concentrated in one system, one station, forming a typical tree structure. Land and economy are also being centralized into global capitalism. アレクザンダーは1960年代にツリー構造の街が増えることに警鐘を鳴らしました。しかし現代は情報、土地、経済の面でより深刻化しています。例えば情報の世界では全ての題が一元化されたり、一極に集中し、典型的なツリー構造を形成しています。土地や経済もグローバル資本主義に一元化されつつあります。Instead of large capital buying land and developing it, the community is considering a land readjustment plan that reorganizes the space while maintaining the local people's ownership of the land. 大資本が土地を購入して開発するのではなく、地域の人々の土地の所有権を維持しながら空間を再編成するという土地区画整理の計画を地域で考えています。This network of streets and alleys, which have been self-organizing for a long time, is very attractive and functional, and the plan is to carry it on, while incorporating new functions such as traffic relations and communal facilities. このように昔から自己組織的に形成された道のネットワークはとても魅力的で機能的であり、それらを継承しながら現代的な交通関係や共同施設などの新しい機能を組み込む計画です。Maintaining land ownership is also significant in that it enables the continuation of various community events. 土地の所有を維持することで地域のさまざまな行事を継続することが可能になるという意義もあります。This is the last page. Inherited self-organized networks can also further foster a variety of small economic activities and create a circular economy in a neighborhood or town. 自己組織的なネットワークを継承することでさまざまな小さな経済活動をさらに育み、近隣や町にサーキュラーエコノミーを作り上げることもできます。We are in the process of setting up this activity in Sierra Leone now. シェラレオでもこの活動を立ち上げようとしているところです。Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, Professor 北先生、ありがとうございました。少し時間が押していますので、一度休憩を取ろうかと思います。So we had a little break for 10 minutes. So please come back by 3:40 and we'll start again. 40分からまた始めたいと思います。 So, Ms. Mariko Yamaoka will speak as the third presenter.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay. I put lots of contents in my slides, so I save time. So I will read my manuscript. 内容をたくさん盛り込みましたので、ちょっと時間を節約するために、原稿を読む形になりますけれども、お許しください。ちょっとハウリングしてますか？大丈夫？ どうでしょう。はい。Okay, thank you. Next slide, please. Okay, first, let me introduce myself and Not for Sale Japan. I am a translator, and it was through my work that I came across the issue of modern slavery and human trafficking. This is the book titled Not for Sale that I translated. The author is David Batson, founder of the NGO Not for Sale. After the translation was published, I founded NFSJ. NFSJ raised awareness of the issue of modern slavery and human trafficking through lectures, events, exhibitions, etc. I myself continue to work as a translator, and the two books listed below are my translations published recently. まず自己紹介から始めます。私はもともと出版翻訳者で、翻訳の仕事を通して現代奴隷人身取引の問題に出会いました。2007年に出会った Not for Sale という本の著者が NGO、ごめんなさい、ちょっと次のスライドお願いします。本の著者が NGO Not for Sale の創設者、デイビッド・バットストーンでした。役所が刊行された後に NFSJ を設立しました。NFSJ は講演、出張授業、イベント出展などを通して現代奴隷人身取引問題の啓発を行っております。私自身は細々とではありますけれども翻訳業も続けておりまして、この下に載せた2冊はおととし刊行されたものです。Next slide, please. NFSJ participates in two networks. One is the Japan Network Against Trafficking in Persons, JUNATIP, which works with the other NGOs to address the issue of human trafficking in Japan and exchange opinions with the Japanese government. The other is the Citizens Network to build a sustainable society through responsible consumption, which we call SSRC. Professor Takeshi Ito of the SSI has been making a great contribution to this network. The members are from various NGOs that deal with environment, consumers' rights, animal welfare, and fair trade. To promote ethical consumption, we are engaged in projects such as ethical report card of companies and a list of ethical products, green and ethical choices. 次お願いします。次に NFSJ が参加している2つのネットワークを紹介します。1つは人身売買禁止ネットワークです。他の NGO などとともに日本における人身取引問題に取り組み、政府との意見交換や政策提言を行っています。もう1つは消費から持続可能な社会を作る市民ネットワーク SSRC で、大阪大学の SSI の伊藤先生に多大なご協力をいただいています。環境、消費者、アニマルウェルフェア、フェアトレードなどの団体とともに活動をしております。企業を調査する企業のエシカル通信簿やエシカル商品サイトグリチョなど、これは大阪弁でグリチョというふうに発音してますけれども、こちらなどエシカル消費を促進するためのプロジェクトを行っております。Next slide, please. Now, let's take a look at human trafficking and modern slavery in Japan. Every year, Japanese government releases an annual report on measures to combat trafficking in persons. In the report, they report the number of cases of human trafficking, number of victims, etc. The number of protected victims of trafficking in 2022 was 46. Of these, 44 were women and 2 were men. Yes, huge gender gap. And sexual exploitation accounted for 44, and 1 person was coerced to work as a hostess, and 1 person in other type of labor exploitation. The majority of the victims were Japanese, 44, 1 Filipino, and 1 Thai. 33 of the victims were children under the age of 18, accounting for more than 70% of the total. 次お願いします。日本政府は毎年人身取引対策年次報告書を発表しています。その中で人身取引の件数や被害者数などが発表されています。 2022年に公的に保護された人身取引被害者は46人でした。うち44人が女性で、男性は2人。性的搾取は44人で、それ以外にホステスとしての稼働が1人、その他の労働搾取が1人となっています。国籍は日本人が44人と大半で、その他フィリピン人1人、タイ人1人、18歳未満の児童が33人と全体の7割以上を占めています。Next slide, please. Now, let me talk about the labor trafficking. It is particularly serious for foreign technical intern trainees. About 340,000 trainees are now working in Japan, and it accounts for nearly 20% of the total number of foreign workers. Trainees are employed in various types of factories, agriculture, fishing, construction, nursing care, and other sectors. But because of the large amount of debt that the trainees bear before coming to Japan, and the system that does not allow them to change workplaces, oftentimes they are taken advantage of their vulnerable position and suffer from all kinds of human rights abuse and labor exploitation here. For example, long hours, low wages, passport confiscation, violence, sexual harassment, etc., etc. Currently, the Diet is debating a bill right now to abolish this program and establish a new one. However, support groups say that it is doubtful whether the slave labor structure will be eliminated because there is no prospect of eliminating the debt bondage structure. 次お願いします。労働搾取の人身取引としては、特に外国人技能実習生の被害が問題となっています。現在、約34万人、外国人労働者の約2割弱の人数が日本に滞在して働いています。工業、農業、漁業、建設業、介護などの職種についています。来日前の多額の借金に加えて、職場を変えられない制度のせいで、弱い立場につけ込まれ、あらゆる人権侵害や労働搾取の被害に遭っています。例えば、長時間労働、低賃金、パスポート取り上げ、暴力、セクハラ、差別などなどです。現在、ちょうど国会でこの制度を廃止して、育成就労制度という新たな制度を設置する入管法改正案が議論されています。けれども、支援団体は、前借金の解消が見込めないことから、奴隷労働構造が解消されるかどうかは疑問だというふうにしています。Next slide, please. Next, I'll talk about sex trafficking. First, there is the victimization of foreign women, forced hostesses, and forced prostitution by means of confinement, violence, threats, and confiscation of passports. And there are cases in which Japanese young women are forced to appear in pornographic videos. We call it adult videos, through deception or threats. And even if they take the job from their own free will, they are not allowed to quit easily. In either case, it causes serious physical and mental damage to the women. Thanks to the efforts of support groups, the law to prevent such cases and protect the victims was speedily enacted 2 years ago. And recently, the issue of women being forced into prostitution because of debt at host clubs has been a serious problem. Hosts take advantage of the romantic feelings of their female customers and groom them into believing they are in a lover relationship, and then force them to work in the sex industry to pay off their debts. There's also the problem of children being prostituted and filmed pornography. Seemingly legal activities such as JK business. JK stands for Joshi Kosei, or female high school students, and compensated dating or sugar daddy relationship might lead to such sexual exploitation. Many children are also groomed by the persons they meet on social media and are further subjected to sextortion and involved in the production of CSAM, child sexual abuse material, or formerly called child pornography. 次お願いします。次に性的搾取の人身取引についてです。まず、外国人女性の被害があります。ホステスの強制労働や売春の強要が監禁、暴力、脅迫、パスポート取り上げなどの手段で今も行われています。それから日本人の若い女性たちが巻き込まれているアダルトビデオ出演被害では、騙しや脅しにより出演を強要される、あるいはたとえ自らの意思で出演したとしても容易にやめさせてもらえず、いずれにしても心身に大きなダメージが与えられます。この問題については支援団体の尽力のおかげで2年前に AV 出演被害防止救済法がスピード成立しました。最近問題になっているのはホストクラブでの売掛金、借金を理由に売春を強要される事例です。ホストが女性客の受け込み、嘘の恋人関係を信じ込ませることでグルーミングし、借金返済を理由に風俗で働かせるというものです。それから児童買春と CSAM、児童性虐待記録物、昔は児童ポルノと呼んでいましたけれども、最近は CSAM というふうに読みます。こちらの問題もあります。JK ビジネスや援助交際、パパ活などの一見合法な行為を通して、性搾取や売春の強要の被害に巻き込まれる事例が絶えません。また、SNS で知り合った相手からグルーミングされ、さらにセクストーション、性的脅迫の被害に遭い、CSAM の制作に巻き込まれてしまう例も多いです。Next, please. Now, let me talk about new forms of human trafficking. Today, many young Japanese men are victims of forced complicity in crimes through shady part-time jobs. First, they respond to sophisticated recruitment through social media. But then they are gradually intimidated into a situation in which they cannot refuse and are gradually coerced to participate in crimes such as fraud and robbery. These perpetrators are disposable, and they are the ones who are arrested, while the leaders escape punishment. Even if they start out in their own will, we can say that they are trafficked, because they are forced to work against their will through threats and exploited for the profit of the criminals. Similarly, there is also coercion to perpetrate international scam. The person is recruited for work abroad, such as in Cambodia or the Philippines, and then is taken away his passport at the destination and forced to do work, such as making international fraudulent phone calls or sending such emails, while being locked up and receiving threats. Overseas authorities regard this as human trafficking, and in some cases, the perpetrators of the scam are protected as victims. Increasingly, Japanese nationals are also being caught up in this. 次お願いします。また新たな形の人身取引が生まれています。現在多くの若年男性が闇バイトからの強制的犯罪加担の被害に遭っています。SNS での巧妙な勧誘に乗ってしまうと、徐々に脅されて断れない状況に陥り、次第に詐欺や強盗などの犯罪に加担させられるというものです。逮捕されるのは実行犯であり、彼らは使い捨てです。たとえ最初は自分の意思で加わったとしても、脅しによって意に反する仕事をさせられ、利益を搾取されるという意味で人身取引にあたる可能性が高いです。また、国際詐欺の加害の強要もあります。これはカンボジア、フィリピンなど、海外での仕事の勧誘を見て応募したところ、行った先でパスポートを取り上げられ、監禁され、脅迫を受けながら、国際詐欺の電話発信やメール送信などの仕事を強要されるというものです。海外当局の中には、これは人身取引であるとみなし、詐欺の加害者であっても、人身取引の被害者として保護しているケースがあります。このような犯罪に日本人も巻き込まれるケースが増えています。Next, please. Lastly, let me talk a bit about Japan's complicity in the slave labor around the world. In its Global Slavery Index 2023, Walk Free, an Australian NGO, analyzed that Japan is the second largest importer in the G20 countries of products that may have involved modern slaves, with 53 billion US dollars. Major imports include electronics, garments, fish, solar panels, and textiles. In order to solve this problem, the companies with global supply chains should immediately conduct human rights due diligence. Also, the government should enact human rights due diligence laws with actual penalties. And consumers should choose ethical products while shopping. 次お願いします。日本が加担している世界の奴隷労働についてです。オーストラリアの NGO ウォークフリーは世界奴隷指標2023の中で日本は現代奴隷が関わった可能性のある物品の輸入額が531億ドルで G20 の中で第2位であると分析をしています。主な輸入品目としては電子機器、医療品、水産物、太陽光パネル、繊維となっています。この解決のためにはグローバルなサプライチェーンを持つ企業の人権デューディリジェンスの実施が必要です。また政府にも何らかの罰則を伴う人権デューディリジェンス法の制定が求められます。そして一般消費者もそのことを意識して商品選択をしていくことが必要です。Next, please. So here are some info of Not for Sale Japan. And I brought some of leaflets and newsletter. And there I placed it. So please pick up if you are interested those newsletter and leaflet. So this is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much. ご清聴ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much, Ms. Yamaoka. 山岡さん、ありがとうございました。So we are shocked in part because we imagine that there are no human trafficking in Japan, but it's happening. We are joining to buy things. すごいショックなデータがいっぱいありました。日本には人身売買がないと思っている人も多いと思うんですけど、そういった商品を日本はすごくたくさん買っているというとてもショッキングなことがありました。それでは最後に will be the last presenter will be Eileen Gampel。アイリーンさんは最後に発表していただきます。
Good afternoon. On behalf of all of GSN members that couldn't be with us today, and specifically on behalf of GSN America, thank you so much for the warmest reception. To follow an introduction by Raza-san, I would like to share also something specific and unique about me with hopes of hearing something specific about yourselves. We're here to learn and collaborate with each other.
はい。May I? はい、GSN のメンバー、そして特に GSN アメリカを代表いたしまして、一言ご挨拶を申し上げたいと思います。この度は非常に温かい歓待をいただきまして、誠にありがとうございました。我々の GSN のですね、リーダーから言われておりますように、やはり私自身もですね、少し自分自身のユニークな部分について皆様とご共有をさせていただきたいと思いますので、その話からさせていただきたいと思います。Yes.
I was born in Kiev, Ukraine, and I continued my journey to Israel, both countries in a great deal of pain, suffering, and armed conflict. I then moved to United States, and my very first introduction to philanthropy was due my dearest friend and partner, who took me to Chinandega, Nicaragua, and my very first project was building outdoor toilets for people who had no access to a flushing toilet, any sort of toilet, or even clean water.
はい、私は生まれはキエフ、その後イスラエルの方に移住をいたしました。 ご存知の通り、今、こちらの方では戦闘が繰り広げられていて、非常に痛みのある国々が私のバックグラウンドとなっております。その後、アメリカの方に移りました。そして初めての慈善活動に携わったわけです。これは友人からの影響なんですけれども、ニカラグアという南米の国がございます。こちらの方ではですね、トイレが非常にトイレ状況がよろしくない、水洗トイレがないということで、まず外にありますですね、アウトドアの水洗トイレを作るといったプロジェクトを開始したわけです。Yes.
I since then caught the philanthropy bug, so to speak, and I was looking for ways to help make this sick world a better place. I want to leave this world cleaner, better, and suffering a little less from my children and yours.
そこでまさにですね、この慈善活動の虫が騒ぎ出したということになります。そして私の慈善活動の道は始まったということになります。私といたしましては、今の世界、この疾病が蔓延する病気的な世界をですね、少しでもきれいに、少しでもよく、そして少しでも痛みを和らげて、自分たちの子どもたち、そしてその将来にそういった痛みの少ない世界を届けたいという思いで行っております。Yes.
Since then, I've come a long way, and I realized to make this world a better place, it will take more than building one toilet and more than feeding one child. And with the help of my mentor, Mr. Raza Jafar, I have joined GSN because I realized we need everyone at this table. We need NGOs, we need governments, we need religious leaders, we need academia. Everyone needs to be in this fight.
そしてその後気づきました。一つのトイレを作るだけじゃダメですと。一人の子供をより痛みを和らげるだけでは足りないんだということが分かりました。そこでですね、私のメンターであります、このGSN のリーダーに伴われまして、こちらの組織に入ったということになります。この組織ですけれども、もうすべて必要なステークホルダーが揃っているわけです。宗教者もしっかり、リーダーもしっかり、NGO もしっかり、アカデミアもしっかりといったところで全員が揃っております。Yes.
So I'm here to discuss a very difficult topic and SDG Goal 8.7, which is eradication of modern-day slavery and all forms of it.
はい、今回に関しましては非常に難しいトピックについてお話をしたいと思います。これは SDG ゴールの中の 8.7 ですね。現代の奴隷制の根絶、これがトピックとなります。
I also wanted to applaud Mrs. Yamaoka speaking on behalf of Not for Sale Japan. It is very difficult to shine a light on a huge problem that lingers in a darkness.
はい、それから山岡先生の方の Not for Sale Japan、こちらの話もお聞きし、本当にこちらにを反映させていただきたいと思います。これは本当に難しい問題、これが蔓延しているということになるわけです。
Thank you for being the voice for the voiceless victims in Japan. U.S. government and U.S. Department of State classifies Japan as Tier 2, which means government does not fully meet the standard for elimination of trafficking, but is making great effort to do so. I actually pulled the same report, so it was really nice to see.
はい。ですから山岡先生、まさに声なき声の代弁者に、日本のですね、代弁者になっていただいたことに感謝を申し上げたいと思います。アメリカなんですけれども、日本をですね、人身売買をなくそうとしているけれども、まだその状態までには至っていないという形で分類しております。そちら、Can you show that one more time? これですね、こちらの文を今示しているんですけれども、この話が出てきたことにも感謝したいと思います。
But after hearing my colleague, I wonder if that classification is indeed true. I will be staying in close communication with Not for Sale Japan and also connecting with the US partners.
はい、しかし山岡先生がお話を聞きますと、ここで今分類を話をしましたが、これ本当は違うんじゃないかと思ったんですけれども、まさにそうなんだということを納得させていただきました。ぜひ Not for Sale Japan、そしてアメリカのですね、そういったグループがありますので、それをつなげてやっていきたいというふうに考えております。
Today, there are over 50 million people still trapped in shackles of modern-day slavery. And as Mr. Raza mentioned, we are not doing a very good job of meeting 2030 target, which is just 5 years away.
はい。そして現代に至るまで、今、奴隷制の罠にかかって苦しんでいる人々が世界に5000万人いるということなんですね。そうしますと、先ほどリーダーがお伝えしたように、2030年までに SDG の目標を達成するというのは非常に難しい状況であるということになります。Yes.
However, incorporating spirituality and empathy into this fight can prove to be a powerful weapon. So this learning journey into your beautiful country gives me so much hope.
しかしながら、このスピリチュアリティ、この精神性ですね、そしてもう一つ、共感、エンパシー、こういったものを使えば、これがまさに大きな武器となって、戦うことができると考えます。そして、今回、日本でこの美しい、この日本の中を旅することにができまして、この希望が見えてまいりました。
In exploring the role of spirituality in combating modern-day slavery, we must first understand the essence of spirituality itself.
まずこちら、現代の奴隷制と戦う上において、このスピリチュアリティというものはどういう役割なのかということを考えるには、その本質そのものを理解した方がよろしいと思います。
It goes beyond religious affiliations and dogmas. It encompasses the deep-seated belief in the interconnectedness of all life and seeking of transcendence. It recognizes the intrinsic worth and dignity in every person.
はい。これはですね、宗教的な所属とか教義とかそういったものを超えたものなんですね。そしてこのような生命、命が本当に相互につながっているというそういった深い信念があって、なおかつ一人一人の本質的な価値と尊厳の認識と正義、そういったものが全部保障されているということになります。Yes.
In essence, spirituality is recognition of inochi, the Japanese term for the sanctity of life.
つまりですね、スピリチュアリティというのは、日本語のその生命の崇高さにあたるその日本語の命というものを認識するということになるわけです。
Inochi reminds us that every person, regardless of their circumstances, possesses an inherent dignity and worth.
命なんですけども、どんな境遇であろうとしても、もうすべての人が固有の尊厳、そしてから価値を持っているということを、この命が思い出させてくれています。
It compels us to see beyond the labels society and sometimes religion imposes and to recognize the humanity in each individual.
こういった命なんですけれども、社会が押し付けているような、いわゆるラベル、レッテルですね、これを超えて、時折そういったものが宗教的なものとかであると思うんですけども、そういったものを超えて、一人一人がこういった人間性を認識させるように、うまく促してくれているわけです。
When we acknowledge the inochi within each human being, we simply cannot turn a blind eye to suffering of another because this would be as though hurting ourselves.
この命を全員の皆さんの中にあるその命というものを認めることによりまして、我々というのはもうその命を認めた時から奴隷制度にですね、もう目をつむってもう目をそらすということはできないということになります。いまだにこの奴隷制度というのが我々を傷つけているものです。
Slavery thrives when victims are dehumanized and treated as products or commodities. In fact, this horrible trade is surpassing gun trade and drug trade because drug and a gun can only be sold once, but a human body can be sold over and over again.
人間がまるで物のように取り扱われて、そして人身売買をされています。これはまさにですね、銃の取引とかドラッグの取引とか、それを超える非常に辛いものなんです。と言いますのも、銃とかドラッグだったらそれ一回こっきりなんですけれども、このような人身売買でありましたら、奴隷でありましたら、もうずっとそれが続いてしまうわけです。
When I think about spirituality and its role in combating slavery, I think of the concept of no person left behind. This concept aligns closely with spiritual values of inclusivity and justice.
このスピリチュアリティの奴隷制との戦いにおける役割を考える上で、一つ重要な部分というのは、誰も取り残さない、No one left behind だというふうに考えております。これがそのスピリチュアリティにおける肝であります。
No person left behind implies a commitment to addressing root causes of slavery, such as poverty, inequality, lack of education, and economic opportunities.
はい、こちら、誰も取り残さないというやり方なんですけれども、これがまさに根本原因に対処できるというふうに考えられます。その根本原因とは何でしょうか。貧困はしかり、それからですね、教育が行き届いていないとかですね、そういったあるいは経済的なもの、そういったものに結びつくわけです。
If each and every one of us does our part and adopts this approach, we can create a world where every individual is valued, protected, empowered, and live a life full of freedom and dignity.
皆さんがその役割を果たせば、最終的には人々がきちんと価値を持ち、なおかつきちんと守られて、そしてきちんと尊厳を保たれるようになります。
Spirituality also gives us moral courage to confront injustice and take action. It instills within us a sense of duty to stand up for the oppressed and marginalized, and to be the voice for voiceless, and to be the face for the faceless.
スピリチュアリティなんですけれども、こちらはやはり、不正義ですね、に立ち向かうことができ、そして行動を起こすような道徳的な勇気も与えてくれます。抑圧されている人、阻害されている人、彼らのために立ち上がって、声なき人の代弁者となる使命感を我々に植え付けます。
Spirituality also offers solace and strength to survivors of slavery and trafficking. It provides them with a sense of hope and resilience, enabling them to heal from their trauma and rebuild their lives.
さらにスピリチュアリティなんですけれども、このサバイバーの皆さんにですね、慰め、そして力を与えてくれるわけです。その希望や再起の力も与えてくれますし、トラウマも癒してくれます。そして再建することも可能にできます。
But spirituality is not just a tool for individuals. It can also inspire collective action and systematic change.
しかし、スピリチュアリティですけども、個人のためのツールだけにはとどまらないんです。この絵は集団的な行動、体系的な変化も促すことができます。
When communities come together, guided by shared spiritual values and common goals, we can mobilize resources, raise awareness, and advocate for policies that address the root causes of slavery.
スピリチュアリティなんですけども、コミュニティが共通のそういった価値観に導かれまして、一緒に集まる、そしてリソースも動員する、そうすれば意識も高まります。そして奴隷制の根本的な原因に取り組む政策を提言することができます。
By having discussions, at times difficult as this one is, and fostering partnerships between religious leaders, activists, governments, and NGOs, we can create a united front against this persuasive evil.
このように、議論を重ねて、宗教の指導者や活動家やそういったリーダーの人たちの間のパートナーシップを促進する、そういうことによりまして、我々はこの悪に対しまして団結した体制を作ることができるのです。
Global Sustainability Network principles and values align very closely with concept of inochi. We look forward to close collaboration and relationship with people of Japan, government, and NGOs on the ground, and in hopes of seeing how we can improve our practices in other countries. And I thank you so much for your cooperation. This truly does take a village.
さて、我々の組織なんですけれども、この命というものに賛同してですね、ぜひ日本の皆様と協業をしていきたいというふうに考えております。日本の政府のみならず、実際に現場に立つ NGO の皆さん、そしてあらゆる皆さんとですね、ぜひ協業しまして、この状況を一緒に改善していきたいというふうに考えています。
Thank you for your time. I hope everyone is still awake, and I look forward to hearing something unique about each and every one of you, or some of you. So please don't be shy. Thank you.
はい、皆さんまだ目を開けて起きていていただいていることを望んでるんですけれども、ぜひですね、この後も私は私のユニークなストーリーを語らせていただきましたので、皆さんのユニークなストーリーをですね、ぜひシャイにならずに勇気を持って共有いただければと思います。以上となります。ご清聴ありがとうございました。
Thank you so much, Eileen-san. It was so great. Thank you so much. ありがとうございました。So now I would like to continue to the talks, discussion. So please come, the speakers and Raza-san coming. トメ先生も来られますか？いいですか？北先生、それからアニーさん、山岡さん、could you come to sit here?
Keep standing. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Keep standing. I think.
Mhm.
Don't.
Yeah, we just have 30 minutes. 30 minutes, yes. 30分しかないので、短めにどうぞお座りください。Everyone stand? Or...
I would say if you guys want to stand, want to sit, you can sit. I am tired of sitting down. You guys want to stand up? Yeah.
皆さん座ってるのが嫌だったら立っていただいて結構なんですけども、私も座ってるのがもう飽きちゃいましたので、もう立ちたいと思ってるんですけど、もしお立ちになりたかったらぜひ立ってください。そしてストレッチでも何でもしていただければと思いますけど、いかがでしょうか？どうですか？立ちたい人ずっと座っていたいんでしょうか？いかがですか？立ちたい人は立ってください。私も同じように思ってました。ずっと座ってるのは辛いと。皆さんどうもありがとうございました。このようなものを主催していただいて感謝申し上げます。
Early morning calls for us and afternoon calls for the team from Japan. Well, somebody was in UK, Saudi, US with the
朝早い時にですね、朝の会議があったんですかね、コールがありまして、今昼のコールがありまして、もうこのような状態で、イギリスから来るわ、どこから来るわという感じでですね、ものすごくひっちゃかめっかかだったにもかかわらず、このように素晴らしいことを主催していただいたことに、本当にどうもありがとうございますと申し上げたいです。
These days we have also been told and learned from Aika-san and other friends are very shy. So we have planted one of our people in the audience who's going to ask us our first question. It's going to be Ken. Ask us a question.
はい、もうすでにですね、みんな日本の皆さんから学んでまして、日本人はシャイだと。だから私どもはですね、実は資格を放っておりまして、この聴衆の中に一人資格がおります。この資格が唇を切ってくれて質問をしますので、これが呼び水となるはずです。どうぞお願いします。
Ken is starting us.
Okay.
Get ready with the second, third, and fourth questions from our friends. So giving you heads up.
I'm a little bit surprised, but so yeah, maybe it's a huge opportunity for joining this events. So my question is really simple. So okay, so through this discussion, I know a lot of the new things, such as like the data, and also the many sort of the dimensions. How do we think about, how do we solve about for this social issue? So my question is, how do you communicate? How do we show, and also, how do you explain about this kind of issue for younger kids, and not only younger kids, for the player, for business player, and also for all over Japan, by using the media and the contents and kind of some sort of the method I need to, if you have some kind of idea, so how do we communicate this kind of things and explain about things by?
議論の中で、私が質問に思うことは、どのようにこのコミュニケーションや、コミュニティ、コミュニケーションを作っていくのかというところ、そういったところを、どのように考えられているのか、どういった、質問とコメント等あればよろしくお願いいたします。
If I may attempt, I think I understand the question. It seems like a lot of people in the room and probably in Japan don't even know or understand how, in fact, bad the problem is of trafficking and slavery. There's not a lot of information. Japan is a very closed society. I applaud you, my colleague, and I think one of the reasons to bring light to this issue, as we were speaking prior to this session, we would like to continue these discussions and definitely look forward to coming back next year during the expo and having a more focused discussion, perhaps bringing survivors to the table so we can hear and highlight their stories. Perhaps bringing law enforcement. I would be very curious to find out what are the prosecution rates and how is this really, how vast this problem is and what is being done about this. I'm curious as far as education and prevention. Are there discussions in schools or perhaps even earlier? Are there discussions in home because problems really begin at home, right? So if parents are not aware this problem exists, the child will not be aware as well.
Thanks, sir.
はい、ありがとうございます。Sorry, may I?
Sorry.
はい、皆様、このですね、会場にいらっしゃる日本の皆様って、多分この問題のことをあまりご存じないと思うんですね。と言いますのも、なかなかこの問題にはスポットライトも当たらないし、実際に日本って閉鎖社会だから、こういったものっていうのはなかなか外に出てこないのが実情だと思うんです。じゃあなんで我々来ているのか。これは議論をどんどん続けていきたいからなんですね。どんどん議論を続けていき、なおかつ我々はエクスポ2025の時に再び戻ってきて、そしてこの議論をさらにしていきたいと思うわけです。その時何をしたいのか、我々が考えているのはこのようなサバイバー、生き残りの皆さんですね、こういった方々を呼んで実際にどういう問題だったのか、そういったものに光を当てたいと思いますし、また実際に警察とか法施行者ですね、こういった方々を呼んで実際にこういう問題に対してちゃんと こういった人を連行できているのかとか、ちゃんと対応できているのか、そういったところもどれぐらいのパーセンテージなんだということも聞きたいですし、じゃあ教育はどういうふうになってるんですか、あるいはこれをなんとかですね、回避するためにどのような活動をしているのか、あるいは学校でどんな教育してるんですかと、それと同時に、あと家ですね、やっぱり問題っていうのは家から始まると思うんです、親から始まると思うんですね、そういったところもですね、きちんと知りたい、だからこそこういったことを言い続ける必要があると思いまして、来ているという次第です。答えになりましたでしょうか。
Thank you so much. I really appreciate for your time today. Thank you.
I will just add to your wonderful question that media and communication is really important, and messaging through animation, messaging through video contents, the more we can create awareness, the better it is. So totally in agreement with you.
Okay, thank you so much.
アイリーンに付け加えて、私の方から一言、コミュニはすごく重要になってきています。で、そこで気づきを得るといったこと、そういったことが本当に大切なことになってきています。どうもありがとうございました。
すいません、ありがとうございます。日本の方々がなかなかこの問題をご存じないっていうことは、もう私たち NGO、10年以上やってますけれども、本当に痛感していまして、その原因はいろいろあるとは思うんですけれども、私たち NGO がまだ力不足であるっていうことももちろんあるんですけれども、なんかこう孤軍奮闘してるっていうイメージを自分たちが持ってる部分が若干ありまして、一生懸命日本政府にも言ってはいるんですけど、それをなかなか外に発信する、こういう問題があるんですっていうことを発信していく、そういう努力がまだそこまで追いつかないっていうところが実情です。ですので今日とてもそのアイリーンさんたちとお話をして、外からこうやって日本のことを知りたいって言ってくださってる方がいる。で、何をできるか一緒に考えましょうって言ってくださってる方がいるっていうことが今日分かって、ものすごくなんか希望を与えられたんですね。はい、ですのでせっかくのこの機会をですね、今後生かして、ぜひその外からの目を使って日本の人たちにもっと伝えていく、そして一緒になって解決していくっていう方法を私たちも探っていきたいというふうに思います。はい、すいません。よろしくお願いします。
Thank you very much. Well, as you mentioned, and many Japanese do not know this issue, and that me myself, I've been involved in an NGO for more than 10 years, and I can see that there are several, root causes. Well, number one is that we, that NGO, we don't have enough power to that, or to push this, push this. So that's number one. And then number two, our efforts are not really that they're, mobilized. It's kind of scattered. So that we are not really united. So that's why that we are trying to communicate with the government, right? However, that our efforts are now that they're not going enough to persuade the government, and also that they're dispatch the information to outside. Not yet, because that we don't have that so much power yet. So that, but today, we talk with the Eileen and then the other members, and then I can see that those people are coming all the way down to Japan to know, to want to know about Japan, right? So then that they are here, I believe that there's some hope, because that you are coming all the way down here, and you said, let's think about this issue together. Let's try to solve the issue together. So that's why that this is the great hope for us. So we can leverage like outside powers, and then that we can leverage that outside eyes to solve the problem in here. So, and at the same time, this opportunity can be leveraged to that disseminate this information among the Japanese people in Japan.
Thank you so much for that. So, GSN, we're truly global organizations. We have members in every country. If you can give us a homework assignment, what can we do when we go home to make us more united and to bring these difficult conversations? And what can we do as GSN to help you in creating awareness in fighting slavery?
ありがとうございます。GSN は皆様ご存知のように本当にグローバルな組織なんですね。我々の会員なんですけれども、至るところに国のあるとあらゆる国ですね、メンバーがいます。ぜひですね、皆さん一つ我々に宿題を与えていただきたいと思うんですね。すなわち我々が一つになってこのような難しいこの奴隷制の撲滅というこの難しい問題に対してですね、一つになって一緒に啓発活動をしてみんなに認識度を高めてもらうために我々が何ができるのか、その宿題を与えていただければと思うんですけども、いかがでしょうか。
Direct to anyone who wants to answer. So if there are any questions, I just found another. Okay, great.
とにかくたくさんの質問を
Let me come to you right after that. I've requested the lady to ask a question.
とにかくたくさんの人からのお話を聞きたいと思います
And those
の
of
で
you who will not raise the arm to ask the question, I will come to you. So just, if we can just ask
まず
her,
こちらの女性の方からはい
Yuri and then you.
でその後にまたその次の方に移っていきたいと思いますのでよろしくお願いします。
日本語です。お願いします。ちょっとマイクを上げていただいてよろしいですか。
日本のことを外の方と共に解決するっていうのはすごいいいことだと思いました。その中でもう一つ我が国すごい困っているのが、日本の子どもは学校行く機会があるのに行かないことを選んでいるっていうことを一緒に解決していただけたらすごい助かります。
Thank you very much, sir. Well, it is a great idea to solve the issues. Well, it is also in Japan as well as in the world, but it is a good idea to solve that issue together with the Japanese people and the people coming outside of Japan. But there is one more issue we are facing in Japan. So here we have kids, right? And we have the good school system available. So kids can go to school, but kids choose not to go to school. あれ、それは引きこもりっていう意味ですか？
So I just add the explanation. So in Japan, there are more children who choose not to go to school. Yeah, that's happening now. Yeah. So 日本ではすごく今たくさんの不登校の子供がすごく増えていますね。
So that's a very good observation because yesterday I think I touched upon it. Goal 8 includes job creation and youth employment. I think it's about time that we look at our curriculum and what we are teaching in our schools, because what we are teaching in our schools may not be relevant to these children, and they are probably doing the right thing by not going to school. So.
本当にとても大切なポイントだと思います。でこのポイントを、解決する一つの考え方として、その仕事を作り上げるということがすごくあると思います。で、それは仕事を作るということは、学校で先生方が子どもたちに、指導するといったことはあるんですけれども、またそこには貧困といったそういった問題も関わってくるというところがあります。
はい、どうも皆さん、まず GSN の皆さん、日本に来ていただいてありがとうございます。私からの質問はですね、やはり命、スピリチュアリティというものは非常に重要になってきてるなと思ってまして、それを宗教、宗派を超えて、グローバルレベルで同じような認識を取っていくことを、どうやっていったらいいのかっていうことは、ぜひ皆さんと共に今後も考えていければと思ってまして、宿題じゃないんですけど、そういったことをどうやって教えていくのか、また教えるっていうよりは感じていくことがすごく大事なんじゃないかなと思ってまして、そういった取り組みをどういうふうに今後取り組んでいったらいいのかっていうのをぜひ一緒に考えられたらということで、宿題の一つとしてお伝えしたいなと思いました。
I'm really appreciated all of the GSN members coming to Japan, and I'm really concerned about the inochi, and it's quite an important thing. But however, I really wondered and how to appreciate in this inochi its meaning in beyond any religion, and how to deal with this the philosophy or thought of inochi to go forward. And I think it's really I think the feeling and the empathy is really important. And I really I'm ask you for this question for our home the the, the homework for you. どちらがどうぞ。
もう答えていただいても。
If you have a response, please.
We don't have a solution, but we were just having a chat with Professor Tome on how, because next year is Expo Japan, but 2030 is Expo in Saudi Arabia. So we were talking about next year is the launch of Inochi in Japan. How can we perfect it by then and bring it as a gift to Saudi Arabia together? So it is not only something that stays here, we bring it on a global platform, launch from the expo, work collaboratively, because it actually touches our ethos of work, spirituality, and nature coming together to create perfect harmony.
まず私の方から答えさせてもらいますと、道明先生が先ほどおっしゃったようなことがすごく意味があると思います。来年、日本ではそのエキスポというエキスポが行われますけれども、サウジアラビアでのエキスポというものが、またそれもあります。で、そのサウジアラビアでの日本での大阪でのエキスポはその命というものがテーマになってはきています。で、サウジアラビアにも同時にそういったスピリチュアルなそういった部分も踏まえた上で、取り組んでいくこの命といった考え方がそのグローバルなプラットフォームの上において考えていくことがすごく大切になってくるというふうに思っています。で、そして皆さんと一緒に進めていくということになると思います。
Okay. So I'm lucky enough to be the husband of Irene, and so there'd be a little bit of a challenge here, but let me say that since Irene has joined, I've learned a lot from her as well as Raza, who she's introduced me to, and I firmly believe in the concept of spirituality. We may all have differences in food, in the way we look, in the religions we practice, but spirituality is a common element in how I see. It's a firm connection through the energy of the universe. We're connected to the plants, to the animals, to each other, and there's an energy that goes between us. And when you have spirituality, that it simply creates a much better leadership ability as well, because you empathize, you see other people as you see yourself. So my question, that's just a comment, but my question to GSN is I actually don't understand. There are many different SDGs, and the ones that GSN is concerned about, what are the measurement tools and metrics that are measured out there? so that we can understand here better, how do we monitor if a country is successful, if the world is getting closer to these things?
Very, very good question. We didn't plan this question.
まず、私の方から、アイリーンの、夫として、この場にいること、それもすごくチャレンジングなことになっています。で、スピリチュアリティというものは、本当に、目に見えるもの、身近にあるもので、例えば食べ物であったりとか、その宗教であったりとかいったもの、そういったもの、本当に共有する要素であるといったものがありまして、そのいった共有する要素というものが、もう我々にとっての本当にエネルギーになっていく。で、そのエネルギーというものが、そこから、リーダーシップといったものも作り出していくと、そういったことを今回この中で、ID やその他の皆さんと共に学んできたところで、そこで私の、質問なんですけれども、SDG の、進めにいく上でおいて、どういった評価基準、評価の指針、道具といったものというものがあるのだろうかと、そういったところがすごく、気になっています。で、それはその一つの国が成功すればそれでいいものなのかということ、そういうわけではないとは思うんですけれども、じゃあそうなった場合に、じゃあ、評価をするためにはどういったものが必要になってくるのかといったことをお聞きしたいと思います。
I keep forgetting. It's a very, very good question. We did not plant it. GSN is about SDG goal number 8. All of you got that one? Sustainable Development Goal number 8. We focus on mainly three things. Sustainable economic development, if you look at goal 8.1, pick up any country, they announce their GDP growth, right? Tangible, KPI. Number two thing is youth employment, right? And education for employment. Please check any country. They all announce their employment rate, right? What's their unemployment rate? Number three thing, 8.7. We talked about GSI over and over again. Me and Andrew Forrest started Walk Free. He was the chair, I was the vice chair, and we came up with an idea of launching the Global Slavery Index in 2013. And our friend Mo Ibrahim helped us launch the GSI. Now it is independent. So you can pick up GSI and look at the number of slaves around the world with very detailed categories, country by country. So very good question, and this is the answer.
はい、とてもいい質問、どうもありがとうございます。我々 GSN なんですけれども、あくまでもこの SDG の目標の8をやってるわけですね。で、その中でどのような測定指標を持っているのか、それには3つの柱があるということで、まずご理解ください。そしてまずその1つ目というのは、持続可能な経済成長というところで、こちらはもう非常に明確なKPI があるんですね。それは GDP です。それぞれの国が出している GDP を見ることができると思います。2つ目はその雇用とその雇用に対する教育の部分なんですけれども、こちらは雇用、失業率ですね。失礼いたしました。失業率というものをもう国がそれぞれ出していますので、そういった指標を見ることによってそちらの確認ができる。これが測定ツールになると考えます。そして3つ目は我々が言っていますこの目標 8.7。これは、奴隷制の撲滅だと思いますけども、こちらに関しましてはですね、私とそのもう一人のこの創設者の人がこの GSI、グローバルスレイバリーインデックスといったものを作っておりまして、ここにはですね、いろいろな数字が国々にそれぞれの国でどういう奴隷制の状況になっているのかって失礼しました、奴隷の状況になっているのかという数値が見れますので、これで測定ツールとして使えるということになります。ですから、ご質問の答えとしては、この3つの測定指標ということでご理解ください。
Okay, yeah. Seems like Kayak would want me to, ask a question. So I got basically two questions. Like one for GSN members and another one for the Professor Kita. But this conversation are basically about
the roles of academics and like higher educational institutions like universities to play. And so the question to the GSN members is, well, if you get any previous learning or like experience which could create the positive impact in partnering or connecting with the universities, if you might have, and it's good to be publicly the interesting and influential lesson that for the those who are here today. And the next question to Mr. Kita is because you are working in the university, so then what's the positive impact on the aspects that to receiving such an international organization like GSN today to promote or making an awareness of this kind of like a global challenge to the the university students and also like professors and faculty members.
はい、私の方から2つ質問があります。まず北先生の方に聞きたいということになるんですけれども、その大学アカデミックのそういった環境の中でのお話になります。これまでの、研究やこの
やります、自分で。まず GSL メンバーに聞いたのは、大学との連携で、その過去の何か事例とか、これまでその経験したことで、その大学と連携すること、あるいは高等教育機関と連携する中で、何かいい影響があるとかってものがあれば、ぜひそういったことを教えていただきたい。大学の役割ですね。で、北先生にお聞きしたいのは、その大学としてこういう国際機関が来たときに、こういう機会、こういうシンポジウムを持つための一つの大きな機会だと思うんですけども、その大学側としてその国際機関を受け入れて何かを行うということに対するファカルティであったり、その生徒さんたちに対するそのいい影響だったりということを、お聞かせいただきたいと思います。
私は国際機関の人たちとかと連携するのが本当にポジティブにいいと思っているタイプなので、あまり理屈で考えることはない。むしろ学生が海外に行きたい、何かしたいという学生はいるんですが、やっぱり一握りで他の人は行かないですね。どうしてだってよくいつも思うんですけど、誰のせいでこうなるのかなってよく思います。それはやっぱり教員が悪いのかなって。1年生の時に入学してきた時に最初の講義の時にやっぱり世界のことを話せるかって、海外に行ってやることがどれだけ大事かっていうことを話せるかっていうことが、教員に問われていると思います。なんか全然答えが外れていってるんですけど、僕はなんか理屈で考えたことないですね。やっぱり大きな精神作り上げる時でもいろんな立場の人と一緒に作り上げることがものすごく価値があることなので、だから全然違う文化とか地域の人と一緒にチームを作ったり、お酒の気持ちを分かち合ったり、当然だと思います。いろんなレベルでありますね。なんか研究とか教育とか、本当にスピリチュアルなもの、いろんなものがあります。もう時間がないので、昨日アイリーンさんがどうして児童労働なくならないとか、人身ままなくならないのかっていうようなことを問うていらっしゃいました。ずっと今日まで考えてきてたし、最初の質問でコミュニケーションのことをおっしゃってたんですね。すごく思うのはやっぱスピリチュアルなコミュニケーションです。一人一人生まれてきたら、ちゃんとその人生のミッションを持って生まれてきています。たとえその貧困地域で生まれてきた赤ちゃん、未熟児のまで1ヶ月で亡くなったとしてもミッション持っていると思います。お互いに出会った時に、この部屋でこの場で出会ってる人もそうですけど、やっぱりお互いに人生のミッションがあって、お互いに理解し合ったりとかして、お互いのミッションを果たしていくっていうために私たち出会ってると思うんです。ですから本当に遠い存在の人たちと一緒に出会って感じ合って、何かお互いに風土も違う、イスラム教を信仰している、日本人は特に無信仰、そのお互いの違う感覚を共有し合った時に、お互いのミッションって何だろうかって感じ合う、考え合うっていうのがスピリチュアルなコミュニケーションだと思っています。理屈で言うと、海外と連携したらなんか新しい情報が入ってきて論文書きやすいとかいろいろ言えるんですけど、そんなこと別にどうでもよくって、基本はやっぱりお互いにスピリチュアルな感覚を交わし合うっていうのが という存在にとほど大事だっていうふうに思います。
Well, I actually concerned about the students when they want to go to the abroad, but well, I really don't tell them and I don't encourage them to go, or maybe I took away the opportunity to go abroad. I'm really not sure about that because I'm a person who do not think of it logically. Maybe I mean really the emphasizing of the sympathy and the feeling. So it's I'm really living with in a spiritual mind, in a spiritual the thought. Then yesterday I've heard about the presentation of Irene, and she's talking about some tracking, and but then I thought it's communication is quite important to the solve in this kind of the issues, and in particular for spiritual communication is quite important. Then I'm really touch it, and when you talked about in the mission of the life, each of the person have the mission of the life, and even though some of the babies born in the poverty and they pass away in a month, but she has in a mission of the life. So I'm really I really think, and each of the people, each of the person have their own mission to the complete it. So, well, it's quite there are then, and each of the people have the various background, the various story of the behind of the people, behind of the each of us. So we need to share of those kind of background, and so that is a spiritual communication, I think. So, well, if I think in the logically, if I educate or teach something to my student to logically, well, I'm really kind of messed up there, so I just tell them in really from my heart. That is a spiritual communication.
So one of the reason I asked you to repeat that question because I'm looking at Vineet, one of our members, and I wanted him to be the one to answer because India ranks very high on the slavery index. I think you remember that. And they also have very good education system. And I want to ask you, in your view, because GSN have been working with the religion, the businesses, the governments, non-profits, media, and now is adding academia, because if we don't prepare the next gen, this whole agenda of 2030 is going to go down. So we want to make sure the succession is ready. But I would take this question to Vineet. Do you mind giving an answer to that?
Rather you.
Sorry, let me translate it. まず、私から答えてみます。そのインドっていうところが本当にとても特徴的なところだと思います。インドはその、奴隷のそういった評価の方すごく高いんですけれども、同時にそのとてもいい教育システムの方を持っています。そういったところからその、なかなか、GS 取り組みというのは難しいですけれども、そういったところからインドから来ているその彼に、メンバーの方に、回答してもらいたいと思います。我々 GSN はその、宗教やビジネス、政府、あとはノンプロフィットオーガナイゼーションやそのメディア、あと、教育、アカデミックといったものと連携しながら進めていっているといった、そういった組織になっています。ですので、そういった面から、そのインドから今日来ている彼にちょっと少しお話をしてもらいたいと思います。
I'm sorry, we are running out of time. We have to close this room at 5. So we will continue the talk in the 5th floor. So Vineet-san, please share your idea in 5th floor. ちょっと時間がなくて5時にここを閉めなければいけないので、5階に移動してお話を続けたいと思います。Thank you for the 彼女も5階でお願いします。はい。So we will move to the fifth floor and we will begin the second part. So thank you so much for the talk session. Thank you. Thank you. すいません。お話しされたい方、5階でお願いします。
としてやりましょう。はい。
わかりました。
で、まずこれ、はい、YouTube 配信もするので、ちょっとそれ確認しますね。ちょっと待って。
はい。
はい。
あ、キム先生、僕の声が結構ハウリングしているので、okay, so for presenter, okay, so I just want to clarify your mic settings, and also if it's the case, your mic is howling, please make sure like it's not gonna be holding in the actual event. I don't think so. I mean, like we're just preparing now. Then like actual event is started. So technically I can say we are starting now. So you can say here and like if you are interested in, you can walk around here and like check the slides and word here. It'd be nicer. Yes. Nice one. Thank you. Thank you.
Awesome. Hi everyone. I am excited to have the opportunity to present in the metaverse world. Our presentation is focused on Eastern Zone of Minato World. This slide shows the member information of our team. But today, the students can't participate in a symposium, so on behalf of the students, I'd like to present. Okay. Our subjects are to utilize public space to cope with the new coronavirus crisis and enhance disaster prevention in preparation for major disasters such as the Nankai throat earthquake. Okay, please show this slide. Our primary focus has been on the Minato Wharf area, which is currently of great importance, whether for potential development purpose or as a future tourist attraction. Let's move here. This area is divided into 3 zones. The left zone, which is the largest area, the middle zone, which is the 2-floor building, and the right zone. Let's move this slide. We utilize the SWOT analysis to identify components related to this area, providing valuable insights that will guide the generation of ideas aimed at improving the area in alignment with our defined objectives. Our idea to utilize public space to cope with the new coronavirus crisis is from Santa Monica Pier, which is a famous landmark located in Santa Monica, California, United States, and a popular destination for tourists and locals alike. Known for its iconic amusement park, Pacific Park. The pier also offers stunning ocean views, restaurants, shops, and entertainment options. It's a vibrant and lively place that attracts visitors from around the world. Let's move to this slide. Therefore, our idea for the left zone is for the food truck market, inspired by Santa Monica Pier to change Minato Wharf being a lively place. Let's move this one. A food truck is essentially a movable restaurant that offers a diverse range of the dishes, with a particular emphasis on showcasing the local cuisine. Additionally, this area serves as a platform for local vendors to exhibit their unique specialties. The right zone should be used to enhance disaster prevention in preparation for major disasters. Let's move here. The right zone should be used to okay. The existing parking area will be transformed into a multi-purpose facility that serves as a bike parking, road, and disaster shelter. The first level will be dedicated to a bike sharing service, providing a sustainable and convenient mode of transportation for both residents and tourists. The second level will serve as a regular bike parking lot. Okay. The third level will be designed as an evacuation space, equipped with emergency supplies such as food, water, first aid kits, and blankets. The terrace will also serve as an additional evacuation space, providing an open area that can accommodate a large number of people during emergencies. Let's move to the next slide. The bike sharing service at the first level allows both residents and tourists to rent bikes from designed docking stations located throughout the Minato world, such as Bendencho Station, Osaka Bay Tower, and other areas in Minato world. Typically, for a fee or subscript-based system. The middle zone, which has a old visitor center building, should be utilized to be a public space for attracting tourists and celebrating the local history and maritime heritage of the area, similar area. Please show the next poster. Museum is our idea by converting the visitor center into a museum focusing on the history of Minato World and Japanese World expositions. We are helping to preserve and promote the local history and culture. The museum can be a recreational activity of the residents and improve the cohesion within the neighboring residents and the peer area. To increase this tourist flow and bring economic benefits by attracting USJ visitors to Minato City for dinner at the food truck market, it is necessary to construct a pier at Bendencho wharf for docking a boat and establish a ferry service from Universal City Port to Bendencho Wharf to create a travel route from Universal Studio. The city government can collaborate with airline travel agencies and USCA to offer promotional activities and packages to incentivize tourists to visit. Although hazard map is a tool used to identify areas at risk of tsunami in each zone, and it can be searched on the internet. There exists a challenge of low awareness among residents and difficulties in conveying this information to visitors. Drawing inspiration from a concept used in Thailand, sidewalk edge is painted by color to notify about parking permission at each zone. Therefore, we would like to adapt the disaster prevention map to the sidewalk edge being easily understood. Cobstones in the area will be painted in the different color to represent the varying levels of danger from potential tsunamis. This visual guide will help residents and visitors quickly understand the safety route to take during a disaster. For instance, green could indicate a safe zone, yellow could represent a cautionary zone, and red could signify a high-risk zone. Let's move next poster. Based on our object defined, we can conclude the idea proposed as shown in this slide. Let's move here. First, we enhance the disaster prevention with multi-level bicycle park and tsunami shelter and color-coded curbstone to protect residents and visitors using passive and active systems. Let's move next slide. Second, we utilize free public space and the abandoned building with the food truck, market, and museum to promote the local economy and to showcase the rich historical and cultural heritage, respectively. In addition, a ferry service from Universal City Port and a bicycle sharing service are proposed to make optimal use of existing resources and create a route to be easily accessible for residents and visitors. We aim for our idea to achieve the main goal of making the city safe during disaster and more activity to visitors, especially with the upcoming Expo 2025 event in mind. And I will walk you through a timeline that show how we plan to make this happen step by step. It's a big project, but it's also a big opportunity to make our city both more enjoyable and safely. So that is our for the proposal for the eastern zone of Minato World. Thank you for your attention. 原さん。
Yes, the view to see like from the eyes, like change the perspective. Good afternoon, everyone. We will start with Team 2, Team D, remaining urban life in Minato World and with the linear park. I'm presenting. My name is Ala, and I'm presenting on behalf of the team member, which I was a teaching assistant for the group. The members are Okazaki Yoriko, Yu, and Tang, and Mr. Martin. In this presentation, I'd like to share first the content. First, we'll start with the background, the proposal about the linear park, location of the proposal, viability of the project, and the stakeholder analysis, and finally, the timeline of the proposal. Let's start first with the background about Osaka Minato World. City is like most. Sure. About the background of Minato World City, it's like most parts of Japan, in a region prone to natural disasters. For in the historical events, the Jane typhoon in Japan September 1950, the Muroto typhoon in September 1961, and typhoon number 21 in 2017 and 2018, which caused several deaths and economic losses of billions of yens, according to the statistics from each event. In recent years, with the intensification of climate change, the intensity and frequency of these typhoons have been increasing, putting the world at even higher risk. Looking at the map illustrating the risk index of natural disasters such as flooding, it is clear that most of the world is prone to high risk of natural disasters. Moving on to the proposal, we propose a linear park to reduce the damage caused by natural disaster while improving the well-being index of residents. With this focus in mind, our group proposed the construction of elevated linear park. We believe this proposal will satisfy all 7 of necessary perspectives, for this revitalization project and make Minato Ward's development a gateway to the sea. Our proposal utilizes the waterfront area for leisure purposes, improve the connectivity of the existing park and public spaces, and improve accessibility from these points to the stations, to the important urban locations. At the same time, it would provide venues that offer more exposure to small businesses, and this will create an ideal environment for the local artists to contribute their talents and display iconic works, enhancing Minato Ward attractiveness with strategic planning. This elevated park can enhance Minato Ward's flood and tsunami evacuation protocols. Our team seeks to improve the connection of all three zones. Using the linear park will enhance the connection with industrial and dense urban areas. Our proposal include an elevated park at sections of the waterfronts, linking existing parks, elevated park that connect the two important urban facilities, elevated park to train station, and flood and tsunami evacuation location. One of the goals of Expo 2025 is to show Japan achievements that contribute to the SDGs goal. The successful implementation of this proposal will contribute to achieving Goal 3, 8, and 11, and 13 of the SDG Charter. Available research has proven that elevated parks can be designed as green infrastructure, increasing rainwater interception capacity through increased vegetation cover, storage capacity, and soil infiltration, reducing stormwater runoff. This generally produces significant improvement in the urban drainage system. Other documented benefits are that the space prioritizes pedestrians and cyclists, encouraging outdoor activities. An attractive tourist destination with commercial facilities and promenade attached to them. The proposed linear park will connect the train station to temporary shelters and accommodation shelter with relatively high capacity. It will also connect to commercial facilities along the waterfront to induce smooth evacuation. To create a flow of people, the linear park will connect tourist facilities and shopping areas scattered along the coastal area of the port district. At night, market could be held in the linear park corridor with terraces, table, etc., and various food and beverages outlets. The linear park would be established to surround each of the three areas in the port district. Depending on the location and width of the linear park, it may be possible to create a walking course using the linear park and hold marathons to promote the health of residents. And please let me share some more fascinating facts about linear park that will convince you of our proposal viability. Traditional parks have long been utilized as recreational areas, but their potential for disaster prevention is often overlooked. However, with bicycle fast lines, linear park can become essential pathway for swift evacuation during emergencies. Linear park designed with disaster resilience in mind can serve as temporary refuge for those affected. Linear park offer an interconnected network of refuge places, allowing for seamless post-disaster personnel, resources, and aid movement. After a disaster, affected area may become inaccessible due to damaged infrastructure and disrupted transportation routes. If that's not enough to cause you to daydream about this project, consider the economic value it can create. The New York High Line Park, after completion, is a perfect example. After its completion, the surrounding land and real estate prices increased by $500 per square foot. Visitors worldwide have experienced the park greenery, public art installations, and panoramic city view. According to the statistics, among the 7.8 million tourists who have visited the Highline Park in 2017, as many as 78% of the tourists came from outside New York City. It increased the government revenue through increased property value, which translates to higher property tax revenue for the city government. In 20 years, the New York government's $100 million transformation has invested in a Highline Park and earned $2 billion in revenue. Table 1 of this slide proposes the funding matrix for constructing the linear park. The funding matrix for constructing the linear parks inferred from other projects in regions similar to Japan. We estimate a total cost of $71,200 per kilometer. Thus, for our proposed 5-kilometer elevated park, it would be 356 million yen was our estimated construction cost. The funding can be serviced from fees the Minato World charges for operating permits to vendors, advertising points, to event organizer. We estimate at least 30 million yen can be expected, relying on commercial activities alone. First of all, the port government, as the leader, will directly assign design tasks to the design agency. Among them, the design agency and the disaster prevention center will become partners to carry out the design tasks to determine the disaster protection standards in the park design. After that, the two will hand over the construction task to the company and Minato city government. Among them, tourism companies, commercial investment companies in Minato City and the Osaka government have formed partnership to jointly agree on financing construction funds and subsequent publicity and guidance. The Linear Park Company can not only attract tourists, businesses, and residents, but more importantly, it can cooperate extensively with real estate companies and local hotels to create a greater profit and then return the tax money to the government. Our timeline for the proposal highlights 6 major steps, beginning with consultation between Minato World, railway companies, and the port companies, and then between Minato World and other business owners, followed by the securing of funds for the first phase of the construction. The next step require contributors of exhibits from local artists for display, volunteers organized by NPOs and NGOs, and schools for tree planting and gardening, all in preparation for Expo 2025 venue, for the vendors will at this point be operational. And the last slide provide a further breakdown for the previous timeline of your pursuit. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
When should I start? Hello. Can you hear me?
So you can start now.
Okay. So hello everyone. My name is Liu, and I'm represent the sector Pepper Pop team. Let me begin the presentation. So this is the main content of today's presentation. We'll talk about our proposal from introduction, background, problems, and solutions, and we will leave extra analysis to audiences to check later. So nowadays, our group's target site is the west part of the Minato world, and our proposal is going to make the West Minato world a better community. We make our proposals from the following perspectives: increasing attractiveness, creating new value to the area, disaster prevention, and connecting diversity of people. So nowadays, this area has been relying on touristic businesses. However, the reliance on the single attraction, namely Kaiyukan, has resulted in an uneven distribution of income across the area. In addition, this area suffers population decrease and is prone to disasters such as high tide and typhoon. Our proposal is to distribute prosperity, enhance the overall experience for visitors, improve resilience against disaster, and most importantly, increase population flow. Previously, we obtained interview data from 5 sectors, including residents, restaurant owners, landlord companies, the Osaka Bay revitalization sector, and Kaiyukan staff. So these insights provide valuable perspectives to guide our efforts toward sustainable development and inclusive growth in the region. So population flow is important for the growth and transformation of this island into a tourist destination with the Osaka Bay area. So with the added influence of attractions like USJ, both tourists and workers entering this region play a very significant role in driving overall business activity. By attracting more individuals to the area, including both visitors and residents, all local businesses can benefit. This influx of people not only enriches the local economy, but also makes the way for attracting investors and the development of new tourist sites, further amplifying the region's tourism potential. And the next part is the solutions that we have come up to reach our final proposal. And the first one is at Osaka Coal Station. There's a notice board advertising various tourist sites, offering visitors a glimpse of interesting places to explore. However, this island lacks similar advertising elsewhere. Furthermore, the Tenpozan key is absent from the transportation board in front of Kaiyukan. The community would greatly benefit it if the Minato Ward government were to provide leaflets or boards suggesting to tourists where to visit and dine, accompanied by brief histories of each locale to attract visitors. To further stimulate tourism, implementing one-day trip campaigns and offering discount day passes could encourage tourists to spend more money across the entire island, contributing to its economic vibrancy. And next, the bicycles seem to have seamlessly integrated into Japanese society, with well-maintained roads and designated bike lanes. However, shared bikes are currently only available in the southern part of the island. Despite initial plans to introduce shared bikes in front of Kaiyukan, the project was halted due to the COVID-19 pandemic. To ensure everywhere access to shared bikes, we propose collaborating with Asahi Corporation, which already operates the Halo Cycling shared bike services in the southern area. This partnership would enable users to conveniently park and retrieve bikes from any location on the island. Okay, so now let me introduce Ms. Wen to introduce the last part of our presentation. Welcome.
Hello, everybody. My name is Wen. I will show us the next slide for our part. So next, as we all know, Osaka had a world-famous USJ next to the West Minato World. We have found a free ferry route connecting the West Minato World and the USJ, but it's pretty poor and few tourists are using it. So we've come up with the idea that if we pack 2-day trip, the first day USG and the second day Kaiyukan on the West Minato World with a better ferry line connecting these two famous scenic spots in Osaka. In this way, the West Minato World can attract more tourism to visit. Next, as we can see in the map, West Minato World is located on an island. In this case, West Minato World have a great source of sightseeing and tourism. The area has a good location in the sea to have the potential to develop a scenic walkway along the waterfront. With proper infrastructure, designed green spaces, and information, and this cannot only connect various attractions, but also enhance the overall visitor experience. Also, better walkway loop can also attract more residents, including Japanese and foreigners as well, to live here. Next, the Osaka Prefecture has lots of warehouses located in the south part of the West Minato World. When we are on the site, we found that many of these warehouses are abandoned now. Then, when we are visiting the Kobe port, which is also an important port, the same as Osaka, the Kobe port has lots of scenic spots, hotels, and entertainment facilities and infrastructure. So we believe that since the West Minato World has a great potential to attract tourists, a good sea view, a hotel is necessary. To save more money, we should transform some of warehouses into hotels. Lastly, the west part of Minato World carries a huge part of tourist flow in this area. More importantly, foreign tourists who can't speak and understand Japanese will make the evacuation even harder. So we've come up with an idea that the building evacuation towers in the Templeton Park and Event Plaza to taking these places at an evacuation shelter. Since the Templeton Park and Event Plaza are located in the north part of the whole West Minato World, which is close to the Kaiyukan, and it has a big space where evacuation shelter can be built. Evacuation tower is built to escape from the huge tsunamis which can be seen in the cities of Japan. It's pretty cheap and easy to be built. That's all for our presentation. Thank you for attention.
Good evening, everyone. I am Vanessa, and I am representing the Yakiniku Explorers. Our title of our presentation today is Enhancing Safety and Attraction in Central Minato Zone. Today's contents are I'll be introducing the target area, interview results, problems identified, main focus and purpose, our problem focus, findings, our case studies, and finally our proposals. Now, with better ado, I would like to introduce our target area. Now, as you can see here on this map, the target area for this group is the central zone of Minato Ward. The central zone is known as the residential zone, which houses both locals and foreigners, and is known to have a strong sense of community. It is located between the east and west zones. Asashiobashi Station is the center of this zone. The most famous building in this zone is the Asashiobashi area is the Yahataya Park, which is located next to the Asashiobashi Station. Also located within the Yahataya Park are the Osaka Municipal Central Gymnasium and the Osaka Pool. However, not only is this place known to be a tourist spot, but is declared by the Osaka city as a wide area shelter in case of a disaster. Adjacent to this park is a shopping center, a commercial hub for many residents within the zone. This area is located within the center of the entire zone, which you can see here below us. This is the area, central zone area, as you can see right below it. Now with that, I would like to move on to our results of our interviews that we did on site. As you can see here, these are some of the results that we got. The interviewees said that this area is easy to live in. It has affordable housing. The municipal housing is strong even though 50 years have passed. It was bustling before coronavirus. And the main area festival in this area is the Matsuri Festival in July. And also the accommodation, many of the accommodation are pet friendly. So with that, some of the problems identified was lack of safety, awareness, limited tall buildings that can be used as shelter from a tsunami, no entertainment after corona, and it is far from the central area in Osaka. And lastly, it lacks foreign tourists. So with that, our main focus is why don't foreign nationals come and why is there lack of safety awareness? Which brings us to our main purpose, which is the aim of the proposal is to enhance the disaster prevention measures in relation to earthquakes in Minato Ward, Osaka, and to revitalize the site to attract foreign visitors and residents. The idea is to create a safe and well-connected setting for existing residents and attract foreigners. So our first problem is lack of foreign visitors and residents. As you can see on these slides here, these are a few of the images that we took of the actual scenario in Minato Ward residential area where they have local churches, they have HR development businesses, shops, many housing. Also, we noted that they've got a lot of notices. However, they were not very foreign friendly as they were all written in Japanese. So with that, we also identified what some of the case studies in Japan are in order to address foreign nationals. So this is a case study in Okinawa International Exchange and Human Resource Development Foundation, which is a case study found in Okinawa. So this program organization it helps to promote international exchange in the region. So this is just another case study of the Human Resource Exchange Development Foundation in Okinawa. With that, we also researched on Tokyo Minato Ward, which is known as the port that connects Japan and the world. Now, the main purpose or attraction of this was the tourism resources, historical and cultural heritage within the site. And as you can see here, this is the image showing the Matsuri Festival in July, which was one of the main festivals that a lot of locals said they look forward to. Now, with that, we go on to our second problem that we identified, which was lack of safety awareness, which is in line with the earthquake that is aimed at this cause. So these are images that show the safety awareness, current safety awarenesses within the area. As you can see here, there's small safety awareness signages along main road, besides parking and schools. Safety awareness is within, beside the road as well. So these are images showing the real side scenarios. And this is another case study in Okinawa that helps to give information on disaster prevention and what to do in case of an emergency. As you can see here, they also have these brochures here, which come in 8 different languages for foreigners and also nationals. So this is some of the case studies that we did studies on. And also, this is an app found in Tokyo, Minato Ward application. It's an app showing information on what to do in an event of a disaster. So now onto our proposal. Our group has come up with several proposals that aim to address 2 focus areas, which are to utilize and develop good connections among local communities and businesses and enhance disaster prevention in preparation for major disasters. So with that, our proposals are we propose a multicultural hub that can house either consulate offices or human resource development offices. Also, we would like to propose water mobility that will be introduced to connect with other zones by using waterway, which can also be a way to help local businesses. And thirdly is by introducing content creators in order to create, help promote, share content online locally and also globally. So with that, I would like to move on to our second proposals, which are to enhance disaster prevention in preparation for major disasters, and following proposals can be considered. Number 1, we propose putting up safety street signages along most commuting routes or frequent stop zones, such as public toilets, bus stops, and elevators. This can be faster and easier way of showing evacuation routes, example, towards the Kiahataya Park as a shelter, especially for the vulnerable, who we consider as the elderly, children, and foreigners who do not speak the language. Also, in relation to the most frequently used routes, it is best to introduce greenery to the site to promote walkability through the different hubs, which you can see here on this poster. Additionally, with regards to existing online safety evacuation map of Minato Ward, we propose to indicate on the map shortest exit routes with clear arrow directions, then introduce a QR code of this map on physical safety signs located along the streets. And lastly, since schools are located in the central location, surrounded by housing, frequent safety announcements or alarm drills can be made both in English or Japanese. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, to tie together our proposals, in conclusion, we would like to conclude by saying it's good to bring many people to our side through the multicultural hub. However, it is best to understand how to evacuate that population in a short period of time when there is a risk of disaster. Therefore, the population must be identified, a plan must be created that involves transportation and ease of access for different groups of people to ensure their timely evacuation. Additionally, there must also be disaster or emergency alarms present to signal the evacuation. With that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation. We have planned free discuss time. So somebody have any question, please talk to the presenter. And from now, this is a free time, and today's program is all. So next from now, please enjoy the world freely. Thank you. Bye.